again, I recall talking about my goal of positive progress and putting kids first. Throughout this last year, I can honestly say that before every decision I make, I ask myself if the decision I'm making best supports the children in our district. Reflecting on that, I've prepared a message tonight. It's about modeling the behavior we expect of our youth because they are watching. As coaches, teachers, principals, leaders, board members, moms and dads, we're just professionals in our community. Our children are watching. So I want to begin my message with transparency and accountability. At the June 6th board meeting, I stated I do not anticipate any action upon our return regarding the executive session. That statement turned out to be incorrect. When the board reconvened, we did take action. All trustees present voted to extend Dr. Libby's contract. I recognize the confusion this caused and I take full responsibility for that miscommunication. To provide some additional context, Dr. Libby's evaluation was originally due in October of last year, but then Chair Carol Jellicoe postponed the process to allow newly elected trustees the chance to engage meaningfully. As both a relatively new board and a new chair, we've worked hard to understand and implement the evaluation process thoroughly. Throughout April and May, all trustees participated in a detailed evaluation of Dr. Libby, and the feedback was unanimously favorable. Although Trustee Wood was not present at the June 6th meeting, she did contribute meaningfully to the evaluation, and the 6 votes in favor of the contract extension met the quorum requirement and were consistent with the evaluation outcomes. While I recognize the importance of correcting that specific miscommunication, I also want to address a broader concern that has surfaced over the last couple months. The tone and conduct displayed in our community discourse, particularly around board meetings, has not always reflected the respectful, solution-oriented environment that we seek to model for our students. Our mission, as outlined in the district's strategic plan, is that we are a community committed every day to preparing all students for success in life. Our vision is to empower all learners to become more resilient, innovative, and compassionate individuals, equipped with the knowledge, skills, and character to thrive in the global community. Let me be honest. I've noticed a dynamic I believe many of us can relate to, where 90% of what's working well can go unnoticed, and the 10% that goes wrong becomes the focus of criticism. This is common in leadership roles where individuals are highly visible, yet often expected to be infallible. I've noticed that criticism often falls hardest on those in positions of leadership or authority, and we sometimes forget that these individuals are human too. Mistakes happen. People can be quick to point out flaws, yet slow to acknowledge what's going well. In many cases, success itself can attract criticism, sometimes as a reflection of others' frustrations or a desire to level the playing field. And while criticism plays a vital role in accountability, what matters most is how we respond, grow, and maintain our commitment to the well-being of our students and our community. I believe that we can and need to shift this dynamic. When we help others find and celebrate their successes, we uplift our entire community. So let's notice the good first. Let's be frequent with praise and thoughtful in critique. If we are serious about achieving our vision, we must reflect in the way we interact with each other, especially in public forums like board meetings and on social media. Therefore, I want to establish some guideline expectations applicable to everybody participating in our public process. This includes trustees, district staff, and community members. First and foremost, think before you speak. Our words and tone carry weight. I encourage everyone to speak freely but respectfully. Civility is not a constraint, it's a responsibility, especially as we model behavior for our children. Number two, assume positive intent. Let's not jump to conclusions or assume the worst. Misinformation and assumptions divide us unnecessarily. Please understand that the district is legally limited in what can be shared publicly, particularly regarding personnel, students, or negotiations. That doesn't mean we're hiding information, it means we're following the law. I ask the board to continue submitting questions to district leadership as early as possible upon release of the meeting agenda. This allows time to research and provide informed answers to the community. However, some questions arise in the moment when something unexpected triggers a thought. In those cases, we must remember to extend grace. Not having a ready answer does not mean someone is unqualified or unprepared. Next, extend grace. Leadership, teaching, and parenting, none of these roles come with easy answers. Let's foster honest, constructive dialogue and give each other the benefit of the doubt. As the saying goes, the only way to avoid criticism is to do nothing, say nothing, and be nothing. And that's not who we are. We must continue showing up and engaging even when it's hard. Lastly, two things. Be solution oriented. Real progress doesn't come from blame. It comes from thoughtful, informed collaboration. This board has chosen to respond to public comment at the following month's meeting, a shift towards more open communication that hasn't existed in previous boards. While there have been comments suggesting otherwise, this agenda item was non-existent with past school boards. This board sitting before you today highly prioritizes being transparent and communicative to the best our role allows us to be. We continue to refine our processes to ensure transparency while still honoring the responsibility and boundaries of our role. And lastly, recognize that there are always two sides. Our roles as trustees require us to analyze information and act in students' best interest. We urge the community to trust that decisions are made thoughtfully, in good faith, and without personal agendas. Avoiding assumptions and embracing perspective leads to better understanding and unity. So in support of these shared goals, this board's taken several actions rooted in the values outlined in the book, The Anxious Generation, which we studied this year. The book makes clear that social media and digital overexposure are harming not only our students, but adults as well. As a result, the board has already, or will in the near future, change the technology policy, giving parents more control over whether school devices come home, strengthening enforcement of the no phone policy in classrooms during instructional time, removed YouTube access from district-issued devices, redesigned the district website for easier navigation, greater communication, and limiting our use of social media, and we've hired a coordinator of communications and community engagement to improve clarity and access to information as requested by members of the community. These decisions reflect a broader commitment to wellness, focus, and meaningful connection across our school system, but they also reflect the kind of thoughtful collaboration that only happens when we replace finger pointing with shared purpose. So let me leave you with this. It's easy to point out flaws. It's harder, but far more powerful, to notice what's working, name it, and build on it. Praise more than you criticize, encourage more than you question, and when you do offer criticism, make it thoughtful and fair. We all share the same goal, to serve the best interests of the students of our community. That work is not always easy, and it certainly isn't free of emotion or complexity, but it is important, and it requires us to rise above frustration, politics, and blame. Let me be really clear. This is not a call to silence anyone. This is a call to communicate and collaborate respectfully. It's a call to respect roles and responsibilities. It's a call to assume positive intentions and hold space for both sides of every story. And most importantly, it's a call to allow the time and space necessary to focus on our mission and vision and to model the behaviors we expect of our children. So thank you for caring, thank you for engaging, and thank you for helping us stay focused on what matters most, and that's our kids. With that, we'll move over to superintendent highlights.
Good evening, everyone. I have a few highlights here. First and foremost, I want to welcome Mr. Matthew Gonzalez to us. He is our new Chief Financial Officer, and later on this evening, we'll be doing a superintendent report, an update on finances. But we're excited to have Matt with us, and we appreciate him diving in over the last week or so and helping us keep moving forward. So with that, I have a few more here on the highlights. I wanted to share this. We had a group of kids over the summer that went to Peru as an extension of learning from the high school, and they brought back a gift. So I wanted to share this. This was a gift from the kids that went to down to Peru and spent some time down there as an extension of learning. And I think it might be a scarf. It could be a table runner. Is it a table runner? Whatever it is, it's cool. Like this was really nice. And it was wonderful to have an opportunity to speak to the high schoolers about the opportunity for us to extend their learning that continued through the school year. And for them to go down and have that time and that experience is just priceless. So I continue to encourage folks over at the high school and at the junior high to reach out to do some of those extensions of learning. We have some folks that are have reconnected again this summer with the Grand Teton folks about getting some more classes and some more opportunities that are going to occur up there. Next one I wanted to share quickly is we had our spring Upbeat survey come out. And they are coming to do a board workshop in September, but I attached a few slides here just so that we could talk a little bit about the changes from the fall to the spring. So you'll notice that there was some work in there. And again, these will be a part of the September board workshop as well. But I just wanted to highlight some of these. We had teacher areas of growth since the beginning of the school year. And these were the teachers taking the survey across the district, where parent-teacher communication was up by 7, instructional leadership up by 6, appreciation up by 7, work-life balance up by 16, evaluation up by 9 points, compensation and career pathways up by 9 points, and belonging and well-being up by 6. So moving in the right direction. We had a really positive year. Along with that, I also want to identify we had some areas of opportunity. We had some areas of challenge still. So school safety and order, that section overall had about a 66% positive, and it's a series of questions, about 5 or 6. But one of the questions that was kind of highlighted as an area to work on was teachers agree that the rules for student behavior are consistently enforced by teachers in their schools. So it was 49%. It was a change of 3%, but it's an area that we can continue to work on. That tells me we have some communication that we need to do. We need to work on doing some communication opportunities there. Appreciation was one. Overall, the series of questions had 70% positivity, but there was one in there that was at 64%, where teachers agreed that teachers are recognized publicly when they do outstanding work. And that was at 64%. So it's still, they didn't put a percentage on the increase or the decrease. And I noticed when they do that, it's only an up or down by 1. But we've been really working on this. And this just tells me that all the things that we did last year, we got to keep going. We got to keep getting better at it. And then the last one is compensation and career pathway. That was 68% out of the bank of them. And again, this was taken before we finished up negotiations and the insurance and everything was completed. We were at 59%. The teachers agreed that they were satisfied with how much the salary increase over time for teachers. And that was up by 4%. But it was also before we finished everything up and everything was rolled out. Again, these 2 slides will be a part of the September board workshop, but I wanted to share those. There's some highlights there, but again, we own our work. We've got some work to do. There's also the next 2 slides with the leadership survey for growth, and this was the leaders in the district identifying the survey towards them and towards the district folks. We had professional development up 20 points, self-efficacy up 9. That's a big one. So self-efficacy is the belief in yourself that what you do makes a difference for kids. Like, I know I can make a difference. So that's up by 9. Inclusive practices up by 16. Professional autonomy and voice up by 12. Family and community engagement up by 29. Evaluation up by 19. Student support staff up by 13. Teacher staffing up by 10. And compensation up by 14. But we also have some areas we need to work on. So you can't have one without the other. So the other side of the coin, 54% in teacher staffing. There was one in there that said 29% of schools leaders agreed their schools are able to fill all open teaching positions with qualified teachers. This one is actually up a little bit, but 29%, we got a lot of work to do. We have some areas that we know that we are going to struggle in filling, and we've got a lot of work to do in that area. We had central office support staff, 59% positive across the board. It was 41% on the question around school leaders agree that central office staff gets things done in a timely fashion, which means we need to communicate quicker and we need to get answers back to the buildings so that they can keep moving forward. So that's going to be a goal as we continue to move forward. Last one, student support staff. It was 53% positive, but it was 47% for the question of schools. Leaders agreed their school has the staff they need to successfully address student behavior issues. So overall, That was up by 12%, but we're still at 47%. So we have some work that we need to do in that fashion. Again, I wanted to bring these out. We just got this back. There's a board workshop that's coming in September that will have a broader address of how we're doing across the board for all buildings. This information is also been sent to building administrators that they're required to go over their building's results with their staff, and that the results of those conversations are also part of their school improvement plans as they move forward. So I just want to share that. We had some positives there. We also had a communication that went out around the federal title applications. So Title II, Title III, Title IV allocations for this last year by federal administration, they had locked it down for a while and they weren't going to release our title funds. So about 2 weeks ago, we got notice that our federal funding allocations were released. We get these fundings all the time, but this past go around, the federal administration said they were going to sit on it for a while to make sure that they were being used appropriate. We have $1.17 million that are involved in these federal funds. So the grant to allocation was $557,000. The federal two is around improvement in teachers, administrators, quality of effectiveness. It's for professional development. We pay some teachers out of that. We use it for development of skills for PLCs. We have all for our summer academies at our school comes out of this funding. We supply materials for teacher induction program through this. It pays partially for curriculum specialists, behavior specialists, student achievement teachers, and a portion of the funds goes to PD for the Holy Spirit Catholic School as well. That's mandatory. Our Title III allocation this year was up just a little bit, and it was about $53,000. And that's for effective language instruction specific to English language learners. We purchase instructional materials through that. National Geographic Lift comes out of there. We have the WIDA conference that we send folks to. And then you have Title IV-A allocation was up by almost $50,000. So $339,000. And this is for improving student achievement in 3 different categories, providing all students well-rounded education, health and safety, and technology, effective use of technology. So at least 20% of this has to be used for CTE supplies and materials. Then Safe Schools and Healthy Schools gets 20%, and the rest is for tech. We have high school grad coaches that come out of this, counselors, and then some partial for our K-12 curriculum. And then Title IV-B is the 21st Century Community Learning Grant. And this one was consistent. This is $225,000. But this one is for after-school programs. And these after-school programs support the junior high, Desert View, East Side, Walnut, and North Park. So the academic enrichment and intervention programs are offered after school. It funds the summer programs at those buildings. The youth development activities are offered after school are STEM, that's on Fridays. Tech enrichment, yearbook, supplies and materials for after-school summer program also comes out of these funds. Program leads are paid for that. Some of the teacher salaries come off of there too, and bus drivers for community connections comes out of that. So it was a really big deal that the feds came back around and released this. Now these aren't new funds. We've had these funds for an extended period of time. This past year, they just sat on them because they weren't certain if they were going to release them for allocation. We were up in some spaces, not in all of them, but $1.17 million would have been a big deal. This would have been a significant number of our after-school enrichment and our after-school remediation programs for all of our kids. So we're really excited that we have the capability of continuing to offer these programs. Really excited about it. I think transportation spoke about this one, but I wanted to say something again because I finally had a chance to reach out to the student. So last fall, I got an email from Miss Jackson, Arya. So Arya Jackson, I think she's a sophomore at the high school. She sent me an email She's involved in after-school athletics and activities and said, hey, every time we go somewhere, we see every other bus in the area that has school pride across the top of their buses. They've got their logo, they've got their stuff. Why is it every time we go somewhere, it just says Sweetwater County School District 1 across the bottom, but we don't have anything that says Tiger Pride, nothing. She sends me an email. It's like, that's a great question. I don't know anything about that. Let me start asking some questions. So all fall and then into the wintertime, I had a chance to talk to Bo over at transportation. I said, hey, you guys got to see this when we go places. He's, yeah, we do. So Bo reached out, made some connections, and we got some funding. We have our first over-the-road bus.
We have 2 right now. We actually will have 4 for this year.
Excellent. We're going to have 4 buses, and I added a photo. It doesn't come through. There's no way of sharing this. We should have just parked a bus out front. And down the side of the bus, it has Rock Springs High School. It's Tiger Pride, isn't it? Is that what it says?
It's just Rock Springs Tigers and with the colors.
Orange and black, right across the upper windows. White Rock Springs, the Tiger Paw, and then tigers in orange stretching up the side of the building. Super cool. But the reason why I wanted to say it is because we listen, we pay attention. The student reached out to the superintendent of the school district. Never met her before in my life, still haven't seen her, but we've emailed back and forth. She gave me permission to say, hey, I want to give you a shout out. And without students coming forward to say, like, why not? Why can't we do this? This conversation would have never occurred. And we got 1 bus now. We're going to have 4 buses. I'm really excited to be able to do this. I reached back out to her. She's excited about seeing her this fall. A few more things. YTOP data release is August 28th. So we have it right now. It's sequestered. So we're still going through it. We will have a letter that goes out to the community. It won't catch me by surprise this year. We'll have a letter that'll be ready to go out for the community. We are in the midst of our first 2 days are completed of an 8-day training on cognitive coaching that all district leadership is taking part in. This is an instructional aspect of coaching that works with building administrators and leaders of departments to be good listeners and good question asks, being able to ask good questions of teachers and those that they work with to help them develop their skills to better support our students. And then the last piece that's on here is a long list of building projects that are updates from Dan. So Desert View is just about all the projects are completed and doing the punch list. We've got security film on our windows. Restrooms at the nurse's office over at the high school have been completed. Main water line at Sage has been fixed and replaced. We're getting that back operational. They also fixed the grease traps over there. So nurse's office is being completed out at Walnut. The audiologist room over at Westridge is being done. Wall repair throughout the district and IT. We replaced a bunch of old chalkboards with Promethean boards. So there's a little bit of painting that needs to be done because of the hangings of the chalkboards, but it's getting done. We're working on Washington and getting Miss Fletcher and our community services over there and our virtual school in place. Got a little bit of a termite issue that we're taking care of. We sent final packets for payments and process for steps for the MOU to purchase the 126 acres. So that's going to be done. And Lowell is just about completed. Finishing carpet over at the junior high. We got the turf repaired at over at the junior high where some kids had done some damage. We do know who the students are that they've been reached out through law enforcement so that there's potential that we should get some funding back for those repairs. And then tennis courts are scheduled to be completed the week of the 14th. So that is my highlights.
Thank you, Dr. Libby. We'll move forward to board reports. I do have a few things to cover real quickly, and then I'll turn it over to you guys. First of all, I know that some of our trustees have received some communication about the 4-day school week. So I did want to readdress that the calendar for the 25-26 and 26-27 school years is set for the full day school week. That does not mean that we're not still having conversations, but it would be a more active community conversation come next year. And then we can, go from there. But at this point in time, the calendar for the next 2 years is set. Also, Fall Roundup is August 26th in Pinedale. Trustee Wood brought to my attention that the link I forwarded you guys doesn't work for registration. So if you'd like to go and it didn't work for you, let me know and I can email WSBA and give them a head count for us. I think I said it, but 5 o'clock in Pinedale. And then a September teaser. I had the opportunity to meet with a couple of really outstanding students and a couple of really outstanding faculty members recently who are doing some great things. So if you are interested in mental health, they will be coming to our September board meeting to talk more about the J Foundation. They've already got a good thing going, so I do not want to steal their thunder. But please show up and please be supportive of them in September. Number 3, I do want to read this really quickly concerning the online petition that's out there. So that everybody's aware, the district is aware of the petition circulating online concerning a district administrator. While we respect the right of individuals to express their opinions, we want to clarify that such petitions, particularly those hosted on third-party platforms like change.org, have no legal effect and are not part of the district's formal process for addressing complaints. The appropriate way to raise a concern about a district employee is through the procedures outlined in District Policy KLD, which is available on the district's website. This policy requires that concerns be submitted in writing and signed by the individual bringing them forward. If a formal complaint is received, the district will review and investigate it in accordance with established procedures. We also remind the public that personnel matters, particularly those involving evaluative or disciplinary information, are not discussed in public board meetings. This is to protect the privacy of employees and ensure compliance with applicable laws and policies. The board is committed to fair and lawful processes. We encourage anyone with specific concerns to use the proper channels so that they may be addressed appropriately. And lastly, I also want to read this just so that I don't misconstrue any of this information. But we will have some changes going forward in relation to public comment. So, as part of our commitment to transparency and respectful engagement, I want to take a moment to clarify expectations for public comment during our meetings going forward. To be clear, tonight is information only. Enforcement would start at September's board meeting. The public comment period is intended to provide community input on matters of board business, typically items on the agenda or other timely and relevant issues such as district operations, policy, or programming. We welcome thoughtful feedback on these topics as it helps inform and guide the board's work. Recently, the rights and obligations surrounding public comment have been addressed in Wyoming case law involving another school district. That case reinforced the importance of protecting individual privacy, maintaining procedural integrity, and preserving the intended purpose of board meetings. In light of that guidance, we are reviewing updates to Policy KD, public participation at board meetings, to better reflect our legal obligations and responsibilities. In the meantime, we've seen an increase in comments involving personal grievances or concerns about specific staff members or students. While we fully support the right to free speech, we also have legal obligations that limit what we may discuss in a public forum. Comments regarding the employment or performance of individual staff members cannot be addressed publicly by the board due to privacy protections under the Wyoming Public Records Act and due process rights under the Wyoming Teacher Employment Law. However, there are ample avenues for such concerns to be heard and addressed. Matters involving confidential personnel issues, such as appointment, evaluation, reassignment, discipline, or dismissal, should be submitted through one of the district's established channels, including the formal complaint procedures outlined in Policy KLD or GMB, which are available on our website. If appropriate, concerns will be investigated in accordance policy and considered by the board in executive session. Similarly, comments concerning individual students cannot be addressed in public due to state and federal privacy laws, including the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, or FERPA. These concerns should be directed through the appropriate internal process, beginning with the student's teacher, and if needed, escalating to the principal, Human Resources, Title IX, Section 504, special services, or the superintendent. Public meetings serve two primary purposes: to conduct district business efficiently and to receive meaningful input from the community. The public comment period is a structured opportunity for the board to hear feedback on matters relevant to its work, such as items on the agenda, follow-up to prior discussions, or issues of current importance to the board's work. So again, oh, sorry, there's a little bit more here. However, it's not an open forum for airing personal grievances or repeating concerns that fall outside the board's authority. To maintain an orderly and productive meeting, the board may ask for clarification or redirect comments that do not pertain to board business. We remain committed to open public comment while also upholding legal and confidentiality standards. If your comments involve issues that cannot be addressed publicly, we may ask for clarification and direct you to the appropriate process to ensure your concern is heard and addressed. The board values community input and wants to ensure all citizens have meaningful opportunities to be heard. Thank you for your participation and understanding. So real quick, in layman's terms, like I said, this follows case law that happened in another school district in Wyoming and is not a board decision. It's a legal update to the policy and something that the board needs to adopt in order to maintain compliance and be appropriate legally. So with that, I will turn it over to the rest of the board for any other board reports. None? Go ahead, Dr.
Yeah, we had an opportunity to meet with our new insurance agents. I don't know if you guys got a chance to, but it was really enlightening to see how our coverages have been expanded with a decrease in premiums, and a lot of other resources have been offered to our staff, that things we don't have to pay for, but the resources are provided, which we should expect. Also, I think they announced that they're going to be offering our new partners will be offering a scholarship to our high school students, as well as there's another grant for the preschool. Diapers for preschool. So I think we've got a good partner here that really cares about our district doing well and help manage our costs and our risks.
Thank you. Other board reports? Okay. All right, we will move on to roll call, please.
Mrs. Wood? Here. Mrs. Schumacher?
Here.
Mr. Franks?
Here.
Mr. Gardner? Mr. Seppi?
Here.
Mr. Sorensen?
Here.
Chair Wright?
Here. Okay, with that, if I can please have a motion to approve the agenda as presented, including addendums. Been moved by Ms. Wood. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Schumacher. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Excellent. With that, we'll move on to the superintendent reports. We have our first transportation update. Bo?
Okay,
He's seeing if it's unmuted. Talk.
okay. So, just kind of waiting on. Good? Okay. So, we've worked hard this summer getting our school buses and our routes planned accordingly to make sure, our students are safe. I'd like to go ahead and point out that we now have 8 propane buses shuffled into our fleet. These buses are safe, efficient, They do provide cost savings and reliability is what we're seeing. So we're very happy overall about that. Each year we reconvene about the routes. The adjustments that needed to be made this year are just very few. I would like to point out that we are going to be doing the facilitation of the 9th grade freshmen. I'm going to display a model tonight. Should be behind me. And what that would look like at lunch hour. So lunch hour, 11:55. We will do loading and then depart at 12:05 for the satellite. 12:15, we'll arrive at the satellite and we'll start the process of loading again at 12:20. We'll depart at 12:25 and arrive back at the main campus for that transition. So that is what that model will kind of represent through a student at lunch hour. Should be a very simple transition here, as we have done this kind of through the years. We do this with Black Butte as well. I wanted to point out a particular stop that we added. This is in the Walnut area. This is at Palisades and McKinley Avenue. This is for freshmen who would need to arrive at around 7:33 a.m., I believe it is, at this stop if they would like to go ahead and catch the bus to the high school. We did this just to make it more of a centralized stop. It seemed like a kind of a way to increase the efficiency and, kind of help the logistics of this particular area. It's a safe corner. We ride by it a lot to make sure that we have, a good spot for all of our stops, and this seemed to be an appropriate one. The last thing I'd like to go ahead and kind of chime in on is just, again, Dr. Libby, thank you for the shout out for the stickers. They look amazing. We're very proud of them. Kind of can't wait for them to be displayed around town. So very excited about that. And if anybody has any questions or concerns, they can reach out to transportation anytime. We also have this schedule displayed on our department webpage. And yep, that's it.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead.
Bo, you weren't here at the last meeting. Okay, I am. I specifically asked because we've been asked if we are going to be cutting into any instructional time. That was for the initial buses. With the schedule you're showing now, does this intrude on any instructional time?
No, the model is set up to where we are working with the bell schedule of the high school to facilitate lunch at the satellite. So whenever we do this transition, the bell schedule is kind of designed, and our transition is designed around just facilitating that quick transitions where no instructional time should be cut.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thanks, Bo.
Thank you.
We'll move on to our human resources, Ms. Gunter.
Thanks, Bo, for figuring out the mic before I got up here and really messed it up. And I like that they put it at my height tonight, too. Good evening, Superintendent Libby, Chairman Wright, and trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to address our staffing questions raised at the last board meeting in July. I'd like to read through just some of the numbers and answer any of the questions. If there are continuing questions after, I'm happy to answer those after as well. As of July 16th, the vacancy notices, we had 49 total open positions, including 20 special education teachers, 6 school psychologists, 1 social worker, 4 elementary teachers, 9 specials teachers, which are our music, art, PE, library, 2 preschool teachers, 6 secondary teachers, and 1 counselor. To provide context, the April vacancy notice reflects several newly created positions intended to support our strategic goals of lowering class sizes and expanding student opportunities. These include 10 new K-12 teacher positions to reduce class size, 5 secondary teachers to increase elective offerings, 2 teachers to reduce overflow, 2 EL positions, 1 counselor, 1 principal for Lowell, 2 SPED teachers for Lowell, 1 social worker, and 1 district level nurse. These new positions have been reflected in the vacancy postings since April. As you will see in the upcoming August report, which I think is up behind me, a significant number of these new roles have been filled. I will provide further details in just a minute. When a position is temporarily filled by a long-term sub, we will often close that posting to reset the application pool, and we open that typically in October. That is so that if we have newly graduating staff members, typically they graduate at in December, and so from semester to semester. Our vacancy trends over the past 4 months have reflected the following. In April, we had 71 open positions. In May, we had 81 open positions. The increase in that is typically because of resignations, because that reflects the May 15th deadline. In June, we had 71 open positions, July 49 open positions, and this month we have 43 open positions as of August 1st, and I'll let you know where we're at as of current before the board meeting started. Our resignations and retirements for this school year were 51, totaling for the 24-25 school year. We had 44 resignations and 7 retirements. There was a question that was asked at the last board meeting regarding our math and English positions at Rock Springs High School. We have hired 10 English teachers. All of those positions are currently filled. We have 8 math teachers, and the 9th position is currently being covered by a long-term sub. I want to briefly address the comparison made during the board meeting between July 2024 vacancy notice and July 2025 vacancy notice. In July 2024, we had 27 open positions. This year, we had 49 as of July 2025. While the number was lower last year, it does not reflect the same context. This year, we intentionally created additional positions to reduce class size, support initiatives that were not possible for last year. Therefore, the district comparison does not fully capture the progress or priorities reflected in our current staffing numbers. So those were just the questions that were asked of last board meeting, and I wanted the opportunity to be able to address some of those questions and answer those. Up behind me is our current vacancy notice as of August 1st. I did go through this, and in here, this is how my mind works, and so I just want to explain all of the X's over there. It is our vacancy notice. One of the columns has teachers in it, the other column has long-term subs. If there are 2 X's in that column, it means that we have 2 of those positions that are filled. So for example, one of them, it says there's 3 resource teachers open. We filled those with 1 teacher and 2 long-term subs. So there would be 2 X's in the long-term sub column for that. So as reflected in the August vacancy notice, we have a total of 43 open positions as of August 1st. This evening, the board is being asked to approve the hiring of 6 certified teachers. While long-term sub hires do not require board approval, I think it's very important to keep you all informed of how we are addressing those remaining vacancies. Our principals continue to work diligently. They just returned last week, and they have been working even throughout the summer, but very hard on filling those open positions and conducting the interviews and reviewing applications. At this time that the report was submitted on Friday morning, we had 19 long-term subs. As of today, right before I walked into the board meeting, I wanted to make sure that I updated that, and we have 27 long-term substitutes currently placed in open positions, along with our 6 that you guys are going to approve tonight. This brings the number of our vacancies to 9.5 that still need to be filled. We have a resource position, we have a 0.5 library position. The reason that we have a 0.5 is we did have a librarian that was willing to come back, a retired teacher, and help us. And so that is why there's a 0.5. We have 1 counselor that we do not fill with long-term subs, 1 preschool teacher, a social worker, which was a new position this year, and we do not fill that with a long-term sub, 3 special programs teachers, 2 music teachers. Many of our long-term substitute teachers have served in this role for several years. I think we're very lucky in having some of them return. They've been here for many years. Many of them are students that are in their final bit of their practicum, and so they are able to help us out in that capacity before they earn their degree, while others are retired teachers with a wealth of experience in the positions that they are filling for us. We remain committed to filling those 9.5 positions and continue our efforts to recruiting qualified teachers who align with our district's mission and vision. Our principals and our HR team are working diligently to ensure every classroom is staffed with capable, dedicated professionals, whether they're through a certified hire or a long-term substitute, as we begin this upcoming school year just next week. So of that, I just wanted to update you on the staffing and where we're at. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about staffing.
This week. So I guess my question is, 44 resignations, to me, that sounds like a tremendous amount. Do we ever kind of break that down to ask, why are you guys resigning?
Absolutely, great question. Thank you for that question. So every year we do offer for them to come in and complete an exit interview with myself, or through the Upbeat survey, they fill those out too. But I like to have the face-to-face conversations and just ask, what have we done well? What can we continue to do to improve, and have that opportunity with them? It's not mandatory, but of the ones I've had a talk with, or the ones that I know that have resigned or resigned, a lot of them want to move closer to family. Some of them have come here without their spouse. And so after a year or so, they think that that's going to be a great idea, but they want to be with their spouse. I don't blame them. And so they're moving back closer to be with family or with their spouse. But that's typically what it is to move back with family. This year, unfortunately, I had a little bit lower number of those that wanted to participate in the exit interviews than I did last school year.
Dr. Seppi, go ahead.
I was just curious, any reason why we think that there was a lower number of people willing to participate?
I don't know. I don't know the reason for that. I don't know if it was perhaps maybe the timing on my part of reaching out to them. I'm not exactly sure. Last year, so when we're talking about last year, I think I had 8 that participated last year. So still not a high number when I'm talking about that. And then this year, I think I had 4 that were willing to participate. But then just even through just conversations of being out in the building and visiting through all of that. So
I have a follow-up question to that. So you're saying this year we lost 44 people to resignation. We're getting roughly less than 10% that are putting in their exit interviews.
yeah. So that are willing to come and sit
That's
down.
what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
we're less than 10%.
Yes,
Are we
that
maybe
are-
doing this the wrong way? This is valuable data specifically for the board to have, that if there is a reason that people are leaving this district, I know I, as a board member, would love to have that information, because that's something that we could then say, hey, maybe there's something we're doing wrong. Can we fix it? If we're only getting, and you're talking about 8%, right around in there?
That are
Participation rate?
correct. That are coming and having like the sit down with me.
Okay, so there's more that are doing the upbeat survey.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
so I thought
These
they
are
were
just the
the
ones that
only
are
were
coming.
doing any of it.
Yep,
Okay.
the exit survey that they come and have, like they schedule a meeting with me and come and
Gotcha.
have a face-to-face sit-down
How
discussion
many
with
are
me.
doing the upbeat survey? Are we getting, I mean, you don't have to have an exact number. I mean, like a ballpark estimate, 50%, 70%?
More than the 4 or the 8. So I'm glad that you clarified that. That was just the numbers that I have that came and sat down with me. Nicole's looking really quick to see if we can get an
Gotcha.
exact number for you for the upbeat.
Either way, so I mean, it's not an overwhelming majority. It's not like
24
everybody else is at that
24%.
point.
Okay, 24 this school year. 24
Does that
participated in the
include your
upbeat.
original 4 as well? So 24 total that did the upbeat survey and the in-person one,
There's
or
only-
24
Yep.
upbeats plus the 4? So
Correct.
28 of our 40. Okay, so we're roughly 65% or so. I mean, I still think it's something to look at as a board. Maybe we need to consider a different way of getting this, because that's incredibly valuable information that I'm with Dr. Franks here. I mean, that's 44 people. And if they're all leaving because they're going to find a beach somewhere, well, good for them. That's something we can't necessarily fix. But if there is something and we can see trends, and that's why we've asked for those upbeat surveys to be brought to us, de-identified, so that we could kind of see those as a board. I still think that would be very valuable. And I've requested those. I would love to see those if we could get those de-identified, because I don't need to know people's names, but just to see what they can get.
And I completely agree with both of you on that. It's also valuable information for us as district leaders, because as Dr. Libby talked about. We're doing a lot of things really, really well, but there's still room for us to grow. And that's one way for us to get that information is from our staff members on the things that we're doing well, the areas that we can still grow in. So I do agree with you that that's something that we can look into.
I think there's always room to where we kind of forget, just speaking from experience, of asking these teachers, well, what can we do to keep you? Now, granted, the ones that want to move closer to family, the ones that want to, have a spouse, I totally understand where that's coming from. But the ones where you really don't have those aspects, I guess, do we ever ask them that question? I mean, what can we do to keep you here? And I think that's a valid point to be made with all of them.
And those are questions that are asked when they come and have a face-to-face with me, and also questions that are asked in the Upbeat survey.
It feels like we're assuming that the exit interview season is over. Why don't we do something to reach out to all these teachers, whether it's a third party or something, to really get data? I mean, it doesn't have to be done.
I'm happy to reach
At this
out to
point?
them.
Yeah. I'm sure they'd love to share their opinions. We'd love to hear them. So
If
I
I'm
don't
able
know.
to make contact with them, I'm happy to reach out to them.
And it may be something necessary to be done with a third party entity. I mean, that's a service that some places offer. But
So, Ms. Gunter, I don't want to put words in your mouth, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but I do agree with what you guys said. Like, obviously, that's valuable information. I think we absolutely need to take a look at it. From what I remember historically, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong from previous years, but I think we have a big issue with competing with surrounding states, particularly when it comes to take-home pay, which I know some of the changes that have recently been made on the insurance front and stuff are starting to address that. And we hope to see future improvement in that area as well. But I believe historically in the past, like most people who don't have a tie in this area, you go where you make more money. And I think that's a percentage of them as well.
That is a trend that we have seen over the last little while, and we thought that we had supported that by raising our base. But then, we talked about over the last year about the insurance. So even though the base looked like it was more, the insurance was still something that was taking more money out than they were willing. And so we are slowly working on that. And I think we're headed in absolutely the right direction, as Josh has mentioned, with our partners, with our broker. But, some of the silly things that we don't even think about, which is not silly because I love Target, but some of them say like, you guys don't have a Target around here, or shopping, or right. And that's what some of our younger generation, all generations, I think are looking for. So that is something that when we're recruiting people, that is something that typically we hear is just our surrounding areas. They want to come here. They want to, go and do outdoor stuff. We have that. If they want, the shopping and all of that, sometimes they're looking at Utah or other areas in Wyoming that have a little bit more of that.
Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead.
I have one more question, not associated with that. You had said we have 27 long-term subs that are in positions currently.
Mhm.
Have we removed those positions from the vacancy notice already? Have we removed any of them? I
Yep.
know that some of them are current ones.
Yeah,
Because
so
we
if you-
have 49 as of,
Mhm.
or any of those positions, do we possibly have more because we removed them because we put a long-term
Yeah.
sub in?
So up here on the vacancy notice, there's 43 open positions on here. When I uploaded this, we had 19 long-term subs and we had 6 certified teachers. But that was on Friday. So you can see how much work has happened over the weekend and through today. So if you go through and you just count those X's, you're only going to see 19 of those. I didn't want to mess with that because that's what was already uploaded for you to review and for the public to review. But we do have, as of now, 27 of those positions. We will work on closing all of those after everything is approved. The certified teachers are approved tonight. We'll work on creating a new vacancy notice that will reflect all of that for the next board meeting in September.
I don't think, I must not have communicated this right. I'm just looking, in our vacancy notice now, did we already have long-term subs in those positions and we removed them from the list of the 49? Is there possibly more than 49 right now? Or did we keep them open even if we had long-term subs planned? I'm just curious when we take them off.
Yep, absolutely.
As compared to, do we wait until the beginning of the year to remove those? Or are we doing it as we get a long-term sub?
As we get a long-term sub. So for example, last month we had 49 open positions. We hired some teachers. And so this month we have 43 open positions. And so that will, after tonight's board meeting, that number will go down again. We don't take those off until after the board meeting. And so that will be reflected tomorrow and will be uploaded for our September 1 vacancy notice.
Okay. And I think I'll work with you after the meeting because
Sure.
I don't think I'm communicating well enough with this. So I will work with you after the
Okay.
meeting to get the rest of it because
Perfect.
otherwise there's no point in, I'm not doing it correctly right now. So I will make sure to follow up
Okay.
afterwards.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I'm curious, what's the standard for a long-term sub? What is the minimum requirements? Since they're taking over a classroom for
Yeah, great
more than
question.
just a day or two?
So like we said, many of our substitutes, our long-term subs have been subs in the district, or they already have held one of our long-term positions. This year, we are able to train them in the Beyond textbooks. That's one of our initiatives. That's very important to us to be able to train them. Our sub coordinator is going to be providing a training this week to help them with, all of those questions and things like that. They have to hold a Wyoming, through PTSB, they have to be a certified substitute teacher.
What's the requirement for a certified substitute teacher? Like, I'm asking specifically about education, like associate's degree, so many credit hours, none of that.
Associates,
really-
and they have to take classes and have so many observations and things like that. I can get you the exact thing from PTSB, and I can send that to all of you so you have that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Tiff.
Yeah. Is it okay? I wanted to visit a little bit
Oh,
because I
yes.
know there was a question about,
You're good.
about part-time benefits. I know that also came up. So is it okay if I take a little
Please.
bit of time to explain that? I'm not going to go into it in detail because if there are questions, we're happy to answer that further in detail. But I'm actually really excited about this as well. Over the last several years, we want to be able to help support our part-time employees as well. And so this year, I believe Dr. Libby was just, the why not, like asking us questions and diving into that a little bit more. So with our brokers of risk management and then working with Keystone, we were able to get together and listen to what our part-time employees are asking for, and we were able to put together a package for them. So they gave it to us. They gave us 7 plans that we were able to work through. We were able to pick 3. So it's kind of in a tiered system where the first one is going to be the cheaper option for our families, and then it gets a little bit more in there. So just for example, I said I wasn't going to get too much into it, but I'm super excited about it. So in just the tier 1, which we call the basic one, the employee could have that for $45 a month up to the family of $114 a month. And then it just grows from there and the amount of benefits that they can have. Again, I don't want to get too much into the weeds and go over that because I'm happy to share these packages with you and all of those. I think it's just important that we're doing this and we're able to provide these to our part-time employees. It is going to be posted on the website for us. This package is going to be, it already has gone out in our open enrollment email to our district staff. And so our insurance specialist, Randy, is going to be making appointments for any of them that want to come in and go through all of this and communicate it, have the discussion with our employees. It's at no cost to the district. The employee premiums pay for the plan 100%. So I think those are the main points that I want to be able to put out there. Again, I'm happy to answer any questions, show you guys the package, go through it if we need to, but I thought it was just really important to mention that because we're excited that we're able to offer this for our part-time employees.
Go ahead.
I just have one question. I think it's great. I think that's wonderful that we're doing that. Is there a requirement for part-time? I'm just curious, is there an hour requirement?
Yeah, so 29 hours.
29 hours, and that's every month. I'm just curious about if one works because some of our substitute things like that come in at part-time. Is this including like a substitute situation or is it only like the ones that are actually
So it's
employees of the district, like our paras and stuff?
Correct. For our paras, for our district employees, our long-term substitutes go through Elwood and they are offered a package through Elwood, not through us.
So this is just our para support that are under
Nutrition services.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you for
Thank
that
you.
information. And finally, we'll move on to our financial update by Mr. Gonzalez.
It's like, I just try to get out of the way of the computer.
Yeah.
Good evening, Chairman Wright, Governing Board, Dr. Libby, Rock Springs Community. I'm your new CFO. So there were a couple questions that were asked by the board at the last meeting. So I just want to address them really quick. You'll notice generally I am going to do PowerPoints anytime I talk to you guys, just to make it real clear what's going on. So can we go to the next slide? Okay, so the question was, if the county taxes are going up, why are we expecting less revenue next year, right? That was one of the questions asked by the governing board. So just a review of the funding model, next slide. So the state runs on this funding model, right? So they call it the 100A. It's a big spreadsheet. That's what we've been working on for about the last week. So they don't drop it until into July. It used to be in May. So they don't give us till July, but they require for us to present the board to you in July as well. So they pretty much want us to produce a budget before we actually know what our budget should be. Kind of a fun game. So we fill this out and it gives us what's called the foundation guarantee. So the foundation guarantee is how much money the state is promising us next year. It's not state funding. It's saying how much the state's saying this is how much you're going to get. And this is based on some lawsuits from years and years ago that made this whole thing where someone like Jackson can't get all the money and then some poor area doesn't get any money. So they made it equal by doing this. So what this means is your foundation guarantee, they take into consideration how much county and local funding you get, and they only give you the difference. So if we get more local or county money, it doesn't do anything for us. It doesn't matter at all. So we get a little bit less, the state just gives a little more. We get a little bit more, the state gives a little bit less. And they make sure it's all even at the end of the day. So that foundation guarantee is the number we should be tracking to. Next slide, please. So during the previous meeting, it was suggested, I'm sorry, I drove from Phoenix last night. I'm a little tired. So during the previous meeting, it was suggested that lower or higher county taxes or county revenue should imply lower or higher budgets. That's just not the case. So the interplay between those two things, if the county taxes go up, we just get a little bit less state funding. That's just how it works. So the only reason we want to know this number is because when we're filling out that 100A, we have to put how much county revenue we think we're going to get. So we called our assessor, obviously, right, as any good steward of the taxpayer dollar would do, and they don't know. So if the people at the county don't know how much money we're going to get, we possibly cannot guess how much money we're going to get. So we take some averages, try to guesstimate. We do talk to them, try to get a little bit of input from them, but they also are kind of unclear. The big change up was this mineral tax thing they did. So they started letting the companies kind of shift off their mineral taxes for a few years. They get a penalty on it a little bit, but we don't know who's going to do that, who's not. So we're kind of just guessing every year how much money we're going to get. The good news is, though, if we're wrong, if we say we think the counties are going to give us 15 million and we're wrong, we can change that all the way up to March. So if we get into like February and we've had the county revenue and we're like, ugh, not even close, right? We can bring that number down and the state will pay us back by the end of that school year. If we're still wrong after that, when we actually fill out the 100A, we still put exactly how much we got, we put how much we estimated, and they still make us even in October. So again, no matter what we do, eventually the number is going to come out the same. So here's the 100A we just filled out. You'll see there, it says right there, tax shortfall grant. So there's about $3.2 million that we're going to get in October that we should have got this year had we estimated the county taxes exactly. But we didn't because the county can't estimate the taxes exactly. So we overestimated that amount. We're going to get it $3 million in October for that. Okay. Next slide. So the next question was, why do we budget so much higher than the actual expenses? So we just got these numbers. So we had the 100A, that gave us 72.8 million, right? That's strictly on the model. But we also have that reimbursable chunk from special education. Real quick, I think most people in here probably know, but transportation is also reimbursable by the state. That's included in our 100A. So the 2 million-ish bucks we get for transportation, that's actually already in that number. But the 401 tells us how much special education money we get as well. So adding those two numbers up, we do get about $88.4 million we're going to get next year, just based on the local and state funding we get. But there's other things not included in here. So there's indirect costs we can pull from our federal grants. There's a little bit of chunk of change that we can add to this. There's a little bit of interest rates that we're getting from our investments that we can add to this. So it isn't quite exactly 88.4. So there are some other funding areas we can pull into here. So looking at our FY25 expenditures, we had about $80 million expended. We increased the staffing, but we're actually thinking that's going to be $0 net because we're taking that out of the insurance expenses. So we've lowered the general fund expenses to now provide more staffing. The 2% raises we gave, that's about 1.1 million. The steps were about 900,000. So overall expected expenses for this year would be roughly 82 million. So that gives us a potential carryover of 6.4 million, again, ignoring all those indirect costs and the interest rates we have. So the expenditure budget allows us to do transfers with that money. So we have to budget also a transfer. So unless we're just going to keep it in the general fund and not touch the general fund, generally you move it somewhere though, right? You want to invest it or move it to something like we want to build something. So maybe it goes to capital. So we budget up to 90 million because maybe there is a reason we do want to push that money somewhere. And we'd have to now use that as an expense on the general fund. Even though we're not expending it, we're going to move it. We still have to show it as an expense on the general fund. And that's it. Okay. Are there any questions?
Questions? Dr. Seppi, go ahead.
I just have one question, and the budget is not my forte by any means, but we showed a carryover in what was showed to us last year of whatever, like 6 million or something. Did that include the additional 3 million that you just said that we got, that we should have gotten for last year? So do we have 9 million additional, or is it 6 million? And if you need to get back to me, I understand you're new to the job. I'm asking some stuff, and I could be asking a stupid question. I have no idea. I'm just curious.
I didn't see how that number was produced, so I'm not sure.
So you can get back to me later. That's perfectly fine. I just thought about it as you were bringing it up. I didn't understand it. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, welcome to the district. And as you've been just getting used to things, what do you see as opportunities in our finances to improve or just from your initial impressions?
Right now, there's a few things I've highlighted. Biggest thing is just our accounting system and our operations right now in our finance department. That's kind of my focus area for the short term. By short term, I mean probably the next year. It's a huge lift to kind of address it, but we're doing some funky things that other districts aren't doing. So I got to dig into, maybe we have a reason why, maybe it makes sense. But if it doesn't, we probably got to pivot and do something different. So that will be a big focus area right now is our operations and our accounting system. It seems to work against us a little bit. So.
Like what accounting system are we using? Is it just antiquated, or are there better products out there?
So most people in the state of Wyoming I worked in Riverton, just so we're all aware. I worked in Riverton for 3 years. So the system a year ago when I was there was SUI was the predominant accounting system across the state. I think there's 3 districts what I know of using this one that we're using now. From what I understand, the issue is it kind of worked. Then they forced us into a cloud-based version that's no longer working too well. So I've seen much more technologically advanced systems now. I'd much prefer to go to something that has some power to it. But because the district's already used to this, I want to try to fix this system first. So that's going to be initial focus for the next couple of months. Can we get this working for us? We've already got a meeting scheduled for next week with the vendor. We're going to have a big old breakdown of all the issues we're having. Can we fix it? But there's something called Infinite Visions, really cool system. There's a Skyward, really cool system. So they got some other systems out there that can do some cool stuff that this one just can't. It does seem a little bit antiquated, yes. Any other questions?
Any others?
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move forward. As I mentioned, this is the language that you can expect to see going forward, but I wanted to provide it tonight for information purposes. So thank you for attending today's board meeting and for your continued engagement with the district. As we move into the public comment portion, we kindly ask that each speaker limit their comments to one opportunity. If you've already submitted written comments, we kindly request that you refrain from addressing the board again on the same topic. All written comments will be posted in the written public comment section of the agenda for review by all attendees, including trustees. Speakers may comment on district policies, operations, and programs, or other matters that relate directly to the school district and the board's business. We ask that issues that are not of general importance to the broader community or relevant to the board's governance of the district should be addressed through appropriate administrative channels. Comments regarding the performance or employment of individual district employees are not permitted during public comment. Formal complaints about school personnel may be submitted to the Board of Trustees in accordance with policy KLD and using the form in KLD-E. Staff complaints or grievances should follow the procedures outlined in policy GBM. Comments regarding individual students will not be permitted. The district is legally prohibited from discussing confidential student matters in a public forum. If you are unable to finish your comments within the allotted 3 minutes, we invite you to submit the remainder in writing to the superintendent or board chair. These submissions will be shared with all board members after the meeting and will receive a response in the same manner as public comments. With that in mind, we do have a few written public comments there. If you'll please make sure that you take a look at those. And we will move forward to in-person public comments.
Hello, Superintendent Libby, Chair Wright, and members of the board. I appreciate what you said earlier, Cole Wright, about how we're going to change some things, but you cited a case and then you cited some state statutes. Could we have those? I think that would be fair if we're going to change some stuff, so we can look into those as well. And I also would like to publicly apologize to you, Fiona, for the last meeting and how that went down. You ended up taking the fall for something that was not how I envisioned it going. I was just trying to ask some questions. It came down and you ended up taking the brunt of it. And I lost a lot of sleep over that, and I'm really sorry. So I'm sorry that you were the fall guy for that. Thank you.
Ms. O'Driscoll, I appreciate that very much. And for your information, it's the Pollak, if I'm saying that right, Pollak versus Wilson decision. As I understand it, there was a decision in 2022. There was some appeal, final resolution, I believe, in October 2024, in which case, again, I hope I don't misspeak here, but I believe this was in Sheridan. And that board has just recently, as of March, released kind of their changes in how they'll handle public comment due to this case law, and other districts are following suit.
And just as a side note, I mean, I know that's the case, but we could probably give you the actual site where you'll be able to look up the case itself too.
Okay, further public comment?
Good evening. My name is Marty Albert. I retired from Sweetwater One a year ago. And last year, in the 3.5 months I was in town, the beginning and the end of the year, I was able to substitute 6 schools in the school district. I have to tell you, these are happy places. I go into classrooms and I see happy kids. And you know, when you're a sub, they're not always happy to see you. So that means that they're really happy with their teacher. There are good things going on in our school. I decided as a retiree that one of the new hobbies is advocating for the public schools. I've always done that, but now I'm in a different role. By being able to go into 6 different schools, I got to see that even though they all run a little bit differently and have their own personality, people are trying hard. Teachers are working hard. Administrators are working hard. We're really trying to do the best for our students. And I think sometimes we only hear the negative. I learned that I love the high school. Now, I taught in early elementary. I never thought I'd love the high school. But I have to tell you, I turned on the Frontline app to see if it was working on Sunday. And I picked up a sub job for the end of September in the high school, and I was delighted. So I just want you to know that as there's always things to complain about, always. There are always places we can improve. There are always squeaky wheels that need some grease. But I want you to know that there are good things happening in our school, and I see our happy kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty.
So I think this is a great place to follow Marty. I had prepared a statement. My statement is on the floor over there. Again, I commented a couple of weeks ago, or a couple of months ago. My name's Dina Fulmer. I resigned from this district 2 years ago. And I felt after listening to everything that has happened and been said tonight, I felt that what I had to say tonight was more important than my prepared statement. First of all, if you want to hear shout outs and positives, I think we need more than 3 minutes to talk, because when I finally had the courage to stand up several months ago, I was cut short, and that's okay. I respect the 3 minutes. But if you want us to give shout outs as well as tell you what is on our mind and what we feel are the core issues as parents, as past educators, then we need more than 3 minutes. I would love to give shout outs to Mrs. Searle, Officer Sprouse, Mr. Urban, Mr. Woodward. Without those people, I wouldn't have my son with me today. They're powerful people. But on that same note, when I left 2 years ago, I wasn't given an exit interview. I wasn't contacted for an exit interview. My leaving wasn't to leave to go somewhere else. I'm still here. I have more than 25 years of service in education. And right now I'm at home. I'm not working. I'm a K-6 teacher. I'm a special education teacher. I'm not working, and I'd love to share why I left. And it's taken me 2 years to get those words out and to be able to talk about it as to why I left. And I'm more than happy to share why I left. It wasn't because of money. I left Idaho and made $20,000 more here than I did in Idaho. It's not because of money, because now I'm not making anything. It's not because of shopping, because quite honestly, I'd just as soon order from Amazon and have it delivered to my house. I would love to tell you why I left.
Thank you, Ms. Fulmer. Just a reminder too that Dr. Libby, myself, and trustees are invited, or at least a couple, to the fourth Tuesday of every month at 7:30. I'm sorry, we changed that. We had to change it. Thursday? Okay, fourth Thursday, 8:15, Dr. Libby's office, if any community members would like to meet. Further public comment?
I'm sorry, will you repeat that? I didn't understand that.
Sure. Fourth Thursday of every month at 8:15. We have an open meeting for community members. We do try to have different trustees. We have to keep it under a quorum, so only a couple can attend, but we try to see who's available or interested to be at those. But it's a standing time, so if that's something you're interested in, please reach out.
Okay, so the fourth Thursday at 8:15 a.m. in Dr. Libby's office.
Correct.
Okay.
Good evening. First, I want to thank Miss Albert for her comments. Miss Albert played a very positive role in my family and my child's public school experience, and I wanted to acknowledge that. Good evening, board members, superintendent, and district leadership. My name is Kelsey Hibbs. Previously, I've spoken here about my own experience and my child and advocating for her. Tonight, I wanted to speak directly to you as the board after speaking to many other members of our community. And when I say speak, I mean I have been reached out to after I spoke, and I wanted to share some sentiments, especially regarding the upcoming changes about public comment. I would like to address what could be seen as maybe a misconception about why people are speaking. It is never, at least in my experience, somebody's first choice, even as loud as I can be, to go public, especially in a size our town our size, to use your voice when it could impact reputation, your own personal mental health, misunderstandings. Most people do go through the correct avenues initially. That is what I did. That's what a lot of other parents did. I think it's very easy to quickly question the loud voices, the people who ask more questions, the people who start asking questions at these meetings. It's very easy to blame those voices instead of asking, why are we seeing an increase in these comments? Why are they coming now? Why are they maybe starting to talk to one another? That should be questioned, not just all of our intent. I would also like to point out that many of us as parents simply have our children in the game. Some of us might have a job in the community, in the district. Many of us only are speaking because of our children's well-being. We don't have a money in the game, such as a job. We don't have status, such as a high job as an administrator or just high status in our community. We're speaking because our children or other children need it. So I will always respect whatever changes are made in these policies. That is something I've always done. Contrary, there might be questions about that. I have always tried to follow policy myself. I've spoken with other parents who have also become very well versed in policy. I will always continue to follow those policies. So I'm not here to say that policy shouldn't be changed, but I do want to make note that most people do not come to these meetings and come up here to cause a ruckus. It's not comfortable. It's not helping protect anybody's privacy. It is simply because other things have not worked. So I do want to address that while many district and some board members have directly replied to me or other people, a lot of them have not. And I want to just point that out. And I want to thank those of you in my case and in other people's cases who have interacted in clear communication, open communication. But I will say in my own situation and many of my friends or even just people I don't know who have reached out to me, that has not always been the case. And I don't say that to be negative. I say that to be constructive feedback. And I just want to thank you for your time tonight and share those thoughts to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey.
Good evening. My name is Crystal Walker, and I come before you as a concerned parent and stakeholder. Over the past several months, you have heard from multiple families whose children have faced bullying, harassment, and sexual assault. These incidents and concerns are routinely marginalized and relabeled by district administrators as vague code of conduct violations with unclear or non-existent consequences. When I read about Joran's experience with this district, I was appalled. What shocked me the most was the exact excuse HR used to minimize his assault in 2021 was used again this year in my son's case. These are not isolated events. They reveal a pattern of marginalizing sexually based misconduct to avoid Title IX responsibilities. The victims of these incidents carry lasting emotional scars and are at risk of self-harm and suicide. For me, one student lost is too many. How many will it take before this board takes real action? In several cases, including ours, district administrators and HR minimized Title IX claims, arguing there was no penetration, the act was overclothing, there was no evidence of sexual gratification, none of which are required by federal law. This misused policy, ACA-R, was used to excuse inaction. It contradicts your own policy, JFCB's broader definition of sexual violence. Using one policy to avoid enforcing another is unacceptable. Why is any policy being used to excuse not helping our students? Principals need proper Title IX training. Our principal said that we had no right to know the next steps in our situation. We were told we should trust that it would just be handled. We later found out the incident was never fully investigated. Under Title IX, families have the right to be informed throughout the process. One study found that 90% of child-on-child sexual abuse cases, the motivation is not sexual gratification. It is often bullying, hazing, humiliation, or modeled behavior. These acts are serious and require a serious response. Yet this district has no hazing policy at all. The policies around sexual misconduct are vague, conflicting, and inconsistently enforced. The district is failing students on both sides. They're failing the victims by leaving them unprotected and unsupported. They're failing the aggressors by ignoring misconduct and behaviors implying that they are acceptable. Studies show discipline and intervention can cut reoffending from 50% to just 7%. I urge the board to enforce clear consequences for code of conduct, adopt a hazing policy, and require extensive training for HR staff and administration. Our students deserve to feel safe. When they're harmed, they deserve to be heard, protected, and treated with dignity. Please don't wait for another child to be lost.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Further public comment? Further public comment?
Chair Wright, trustees, Superintendent Libby, Assistant Superintendent Bolton, members of the leadership team, administration, fellow staff, and our community. My name is Sarah Wright, and the following reflects my personal views as a mom, as a teacher, and a proud member of this community. These are my thoughts and my reflections that I'm sharing. There's been a growing wave of hurt, frustration, and division online, in public, and behind closed doors. Emotions are high, and that's understandable. I'm not here to minimize anyone's pain or story. But in all the noise, I worry we're losing sight of what matters most, our children. I'm here to offer an urgent reminder. Our children are watching us. They're learning from how we speak, how we disagree, and how we problem solve. Kindness matters. It costs us absolutely nothing to choose words that lift rather than wound. The way we say things matters. Tone and intent shape the example we set. When our discourse becomes cruel or attacking, we model the opposite behavior that we want from our children. Mental health matters. It matters for students, but it also matters for the adults who serve them. Constant criticism, public shaming, and personal attacks don't create solutions, they create harm. Positivity matters. Let's take the time to celebrate when things are going well. Let's show genuine gratitude for the hard work of our educators, leaders, and staff who give so much to support our students and our community. Recognizing progress and effort inspires us all to keep moving forward, and I'm personally so proud of the work that our district is doing. We have so much to be proud of and for our community to be aware of. Let's share those things and let's celebrate them. We can still ask questions and expect accountability, but we can also choose to trust our professionals, educators, and leaders working daily on behalf of kids to do their jobs with integrity. I'm so proud of the people that I'm fortunate enough to work with and be inspired by. Let's commit to being a community of positivity and respect. Let's choose to celebrate progress, support one another, and encourage growth. Let's show our kids what it looks like to come together with hope and determination, even when it's hard. This isn't an attempt to quiet anyone, it's a call to higher ground. After all, we share the same guiding light, and that's what's best for kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Good evening, Chair Wright, members of the board, Dr. Libby. After the previous board meeting, I submitted this letter to Chair Wright and Vice Chair Schumacher, and I'd like to share it this evening. Oh, I'm Jessica Libby. I'm the Director of Grants and Federal Programs. I have no connection or relation to Dr. Libby. I'm about ready to put it on a business card. I repeat it so much. We spell our names differently. When I accepted my position with Sweetwater One last spring, I was met with questions and sarcastic comments from friends and colleagues across the state when I announced the move. I heard a lot of, "Oh, why are you going there?" And good luck. And Rock Springs, huh? But when I arrived, I met many wonderful educators and people doing great things for kids. From district leadership to teachers, paras, substitutes, maintenance and custodial staff, transportation, department and school support staff, good people work here. Many staff have expressed a desire and need to change the district culture. And in the arrival of Dr. Libby, and the ingredients are in place for changing that culture and the reputation of this district. In my 17 years in education, I've worked with a few different superintendents. And I can honestly say that Dr. Libby's one of the best I've ever worked with. He has the interests of the students at the heart of every decision he makes and has the integrity and the fortitude to see change through. I'm writing to emphasize the critical importance of fostering a positive, respectful board culture, one grounded in professionalism, procedural integrity, and a shared commitment to student well-being. A board's behavior and decision-making practices set the tone for the entire district. The governance culture you model not only affects internal operations and community trust, but also has a measurable impact on school climate and student outcomes. When public meetings become tense, reactive, or conflict-driven, this climate can contribute to a culture of distrust, instability, and even emotional harm that trickles down to staff and students. When adult leaders demonstrate respectful conflict resolution, orderly procedure, and a culture of listening without immediate reaction, students learn that differences can be navigated civilly and that their emotional safety is a priority. A positive school board affirms its commitment to a positive professional governance culture where mutual respect and procedural fairness are non-negotiable. They acknowledge the link between adult modeling and student mental health, especially regarding stress, bullying, and anxiety. Leadership that is grounded in integrity and emotional intelligence can change lives by building not just better meetings, but safer and more supportive schools. Thank you, and let's have a great school year.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Hi, my name is Laura Vinger, and I am honored to have this opportunity to introduce myself to you tonight. Thank you, trustees, Cole Wright, Dr. Libby, and everyone over here, and everyone in the room. Just over a year ago, I moved to Rock Springs, and I love being here. And I'm genuinely proud to be a part of this community. Just like Jessica, I'm glad I followed you. When I said that we were moving to Rock Springs, I had similar responses from people. Ooh, Rock Springs. Do you know anything about Rock Springs? Have you heard about Rock Springs? I've lived in a lot of places. So I said, no, I don't, and it's fine. And then people often ask me what my favorite place is that I've lived. And when I contemplate my answer, I never find myself thinking about the beautiful vistas that we have, because we do, and the wonderful outdoor activities that we have. I don't think about the amenities in town. I don't care if we have a Target. I'm not a shopper. What I do think about is the people. And I always say the people make the place. And when I say that I love living here, and many people who know me have heard me say that, I say that I love living here because of the people that I have met and that I've interacted with. And I can't say that about everywhere that I've lived. And I can say that Rock Springs is my favorite place that I've lived. And that's the truth. As an educator, both within and outside of school systems, I have had the privilege of experiencing educational excellence in many forms. I was in education for a long time. I was a teacher, an instructional coach, an elementary principal. What I see happening here in Rock Springs fills me with pride and excitement for our students and our staff. I've seen districts that were unwilling to change. I've seen districts that said, we've always done it this way, and they're unwilling to change. They're doing things they've done for the last 30 years, and they don't care. People here care about our students getting better. This district is not just maintaining the status quo, it's actively working to improve instruction through innovative programs like Beyond Textbooks, you heard about that. But what impresses me even more is the commitment to developing our educational leaders through cognitive coaching. If you have not looked into that, you should. It's amazing. I use it every day with the people that I coach. That training for administration enhances their ability to support and guide our teachers, which directly impacts. It doesn't really matter what books you use in a classroom. It matters the person that's in front of those kids and how they're instructing those kids. The evidence of this commitment to excellence extends far beyond the classroom walls. Just look at this year's new Meet Your Bus Driver Day. I think that's fantastic. How amazing is it that our children get to meet a safe adult and feel comfortable before school even starts? That bus driver is often the first district staff member that they see every morning and the last they see before walking into their homes each evening.
Laura, thank you for your comments. If you'll submit the rest
I
to
will.
us written,
Thank you.
we'll make sure the trustees get it. And for clarification, okay. Is there further public comment? Further public comment? One more time, is there any further public comment? Okay, then we will move forward to the response to the previous month's public comment. Dr. Libby.
Good evening, everyone. I do have a few here that I'm going to try to go through. Give me a second. We had several public comments from last month. Several I had a chance to respond to. Many of them were around some communications either with athletics or around ninth grade center communications. Many of those were exceptionally lengthy, and I forwarded those to Mr. Straka and Ms. Downs for communicating back to those individuals so that we can also have those communications that we can post online. But to streamline some of those responses, it'll be quicker to post some of those that were the written public comments that we'll identify those and we'll post those online. For the few that came up and had comment, there was one question around the use of social media and the commenting online. It was brought to my attention that we had Facebook posts that were accepting comments and Facebook posts that were not accepting comments, which is a concern. Again, I've said this multiple times. I'm not on Facebook. I don't know how it works. I don't know how to post there. It's not my bailiwick. I have no concept of it at all, but I am aware that social media for us is used for informational purposes and to send information out. So to be consistent across the board so that we don't have issues for where there's posting and not posting, I requested that all schools and programs that use Facebook for informational purpose to shut off the comments for those, and then to finish every one of their articles with that if you have any questions or concerns or you need any more information, please reach out to the person that's providing that information or the school to get your answers, question, or if you need more information. We have tried significantly over this last year to provide more direct communication with some of the work that we do here by having opportunities to gather information for those that are interested in providing responses. We do this through our board policy, that when we have edits or updates to board policy, we reach out for feedback and we ask specifically for feedback on that material and that information. So we're providing direct ways for folks to give feedback on board policies and other things that we need to address in a greater fashion or in a greater format. That provides everybody the opportunity to share in a public fashion so that we can gather that information and then share it back with those folks that are either on board policy or for those folks that are interested in sharing the overall or the overarching communication that goes. So if we can collect it in that fashion through one of our district ways and our abilities, that information else should be collected and then can also be shared back with the board and those board members that sit up on those committees. We had a question that came up with regards to don't ever stop. And I went back and did some digging on this. So this question about don't ever stop has been on the board in multiple occasions throughout the time that I've been here and prior to me being here. So don't ever stop was a maintenance of effort funded program that was mandatory spending for professional development on PLCs and for building administrators to develop their skills and skill sets. I want to say that this was originally addressed back when the rumors and realities page that we took down immediately when I got here was enacted. We have commented on don't ever stop in August of 24, September of 24, October of 24, November, there was an article in the Rocket Miner of 24. There was an email back to the person in question in November of 2024. So the comments and questions and concern about don't ever stop have been addressed on multiple occasions throughout the last school year. And that information is on our website, in the public website, for who it is, how it works, what's its purpose. And matter of fact, I think the 3-year program that it was has completed, and one of the folks even retired. So don't ever stop is a previous maintenance of effort program that we had run. Let's see if I can do this one. So there was a question and concern around the district's cooperation with providing educational records. So I'm going to try to speak to the process and not the individual as a whole. So we've already had conversations previously around the process that needs to follow for that needs to go through probate, which allows us the opportunity to provide all of the information, the material that's being requested. Initially, that conversation happened with a wonderful phone call back in February of 2025. And it was a 24-minute phone call conversation in which I discussed the legal aspects of how to attain that material and those records moving forward. That was reinforced in April 2 of 25 with a formal letter from our district legal counsel to legal counsel reiterating and outlining the process and the appropriate steps to be taken to receive those documents. July 21st of 2025, there was a follow-up through the district legal counsel that reiterated that same process again and offering assistance to remove any roadblocks. Throughout the second semester, from February through, we had a wonderful and respectful conversation around wanting to be able to provide these, but being able to provide these in an appropriate fashion that would also not create any other legal issues or any other violations of perceived policy. Since February of 2025, the route in the legal aspect has been clearly outlined, and the district has not created any delays in that process taking place. We've actually offered to help assist and support for that moving forward. Along the same lines, there were questions and concerns around confidential information being sent when it wasn't supposed to. We investigated that internally and thoroughly, and it found no evidence through any of our sites, through sources, technology, mailings, to support that claim that had occurred. We've asked for any information that may have been sent to make us aware of that, so that if it is something that we need to correct, we could correct that moving forward. The documentation or those items have not come forward. So we're unaware of what that would actually be. If information was sent, it could have been general information around graduation or district-wide messaging in the final semesters of school. But I'm just not aware of what that would be. So I don't have a way of going back to make sure that doesn't occur moving forward. I just want to reiterate that we've had some wonderful conversations in trying to provide this information. We are ready and willing to serve when the appropriate legal documentation comes forward so that we can provide that information in a post-haste fashion so that it's not waiting for any other legal work or any other ramifications. So that's just an update on that particular request. I do want to add in also, because this was another, I think, part of a public comment that goes back to athletics and activities. I had an absolutely wonderful conversation today with Hope and Ben and Miss Cochran, and we spoke for almost 45 minutes, and we actually had some great ideas for how we can work on some of our communication that is rolled out for our coaches and our programs when they go from fall, winter to spring. And I appreciate her taking the time to reach out and communicate with us. She'd been traveling, and she still made the effort to come and visit with us, and I so greatly appreciate that of her. So with that, I have no other further responses.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to item 5, the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are matters with which the board has governing policies, implementation of which is delegated to the superintendent. They will be enacted in one motion in the order listed below. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the Board of Trustees votes on the motion unless members of the board request specific items be held and discussed separately and or removed from this section. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented and or amended?
I'll make a motion to remove human resources from the consent agenda.
Okay. Item E.
Yes, please.
Okay. So there's been a motion to hold item E. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the hold on item E? It's been moved by Mr. Sorensen. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Wood. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, item E. Is there a, I guess at this point, do we need to have a further discussion? Okay. So a motion to approve item E, the personnel recommendations. Moved by Mr. Sorensen. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Wood. And with that, we'll open it for discussion. Dr. Seppi?
I just have one question for human resources on this one. I had sent an email previously that part of the administration staff was all the people that we are recommending for hiring, are they all certified in their places or were there any other planned moves?
Yes, so sorry, I did answer that email earlier today, but the 10 that you asked for English teachers and the 8 math teachers that you asked for are certified. We have one that is awaiting a PIC license, and I explained that in the email with
I
the
read
PIC
that
license.
one. Yeah, I was
yes, they're
asking
all-
because we ended up moving one into the addendum because they were originally listed for one position and were going to be immediately moved. I'm just making sure that there aren't any more of those.
Yep, they are all certified.
And they're all going into the positions that we are approving, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I had questions for. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, there's been a motion and a second. All those in favor of approving, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Item number 6 is the approval of the K-12 handbook changes for the 2025-2026 school year. May I please have a motion to approve the handbook changes? Thank you. Moved by Mr. Sorensen. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Wood. Any discussion on this one? Please go ahead.
Okay, so I've had numerous communications because of our last meeting with district staff about some of these things. I do have another follow-up question that has come up. I had requested why we were changing the credit recovery recapture program at Black Butte High School, in which in the thing it says that it's to mimic the language in Rock Springs High School. When did we change that? Because it became, we went from a much more structured program to a pretty loose program that has not a lot of it. I'm just curious when that was changed, and because my concern is, I know I've received many complaints about the credit recovery program from students, from parents, and from teachers. I don't know that changing this to make it more kind of arbitrary is necessarily the best choice. And I know that the justification was for it to match the Rock Springs High School. My thought is maybe we should be changing Rock Springs High Schools to match Black Butte's instead. And I don't know if there's anybody that knows when the Rock Springs High School one was changed. And I don't need a full answer, but this is a thought-provoking answer, is are we doing this the right direction? So I don't even need a date. The idea is did we just change this and we just missed this one? Maybe the idea is maybe we're doing this wrong, is my concern. Is that maybe instead of changing Black Butte's to match Rock Springs High School, maybe we should be changing Rock Springs High School to match Black Butte's. And being arbitrary in our outcomes seems unnecessary, specifically when our other handbook changes. Some of the stuff is adding a clear expectation is the explanation. Well, this adds a less significant explanation of it. That's my thought. And I'm happy to hear discussion, but I do have concerns about the credit recovery system.
Thank you for sharing your concerns. This is the first time that I'm hearing this question about this specific avenue. I don't think we have folks available that can answer that, but I can look into that for you.
I provided the questions ahead of time, and this was something that I received. That's why I'm curious, and I don't need an answer now. And I'm more than happy to make a motion to remove parts of this. It was just the fact that I received the response as to why it was being added. But my question was not necessarily about the handbook. It's maybe this portion should be changed. Maybe we should look at maybe Rock Springs High School's handbook being changed. And I know that that is a long process, but I think that we could also remove sections of this and approve the rest of it is my concern, is that's where I'm looking at.
I understand. I'm just saying I don't know where these questions were sent, so I can't specifically speak to that. But if it is something that we want to look at moving forward between making it more consistent across those two buildings, we can absolutely do so.
So on the discussion front, can we speak to timing necessities with the handbook approval for the start of the school year?
Yeah, Chair Wright, Dr. Libby, and members of the board. Dr. Seppi, I may have misunderstood your question, that you were wanting a deeper explanation. If it's too vague, I don't think it's a problem to approve the handbook. And if what you're wanting us to do is to come up with a more clear explanation, to work on that this month, to bring forward to the board next month, to just put like a longer, clearer is that what you're wanting? Is it like?
So and I'm trying to find it back in here really quickly, the language that is being removed specifically states, and I'm sorry I didn't have it pulled up to that one at the time. The language specifically states like an attendance, a required attendance to even be entitled to credit recapture and recovery. And in the updated proposed changes, we remove all of those requirements. That is one of the complaints that I've specifically received, is people saying that it seems to be arbitrarily used, that this school or this principal or this teacher uses one set of standards, but this one uses another one, which opens our district up to horrible complaints because it's not being done symmetrically. And that's where I'm concerned, is that if we do this symmetrically, then we have something as a policy to fall back on that says, this is how it's been listed. You didn't meet those requirements, therefore you cannot do this, or this is what it is. So the language that we're removing specifically takes away some of those kind of standards required, and instead we're just trying to delete them to a more vague answer.
So there was confusion around just in how it was written, period, between the credit recovery and the recapture that we were working through. I can't remember if it was last year or the year before. I'd have to look into that for the Rock Springs High School. But if you guys want, it's changed over the years too. So I think that if you guys are wanting a clear explanation of what qualifies for which one in the handbook, that's very easy to add. I think that the handbook in and itself could be approved. It's a vague, but we could bring it to the board next meeting if you guys want a more clear explanation into it. I would work with the administration. I'm not the one that would know the definitions to those right off the top of my head.
So essentially, you could do an amendment to the
We could do an
school
amendment to
handbook.
the handbook. They're mostly online, so it's not hard to update. But we can make it more clear and definitely outline those expectations in there and all those handbooks for you guys.
I guess my question is, why is there such a big difference between Black Butte and Rock Springs High School in that? I mean, who creates, I mean, if it's under one district, shouldn't they all be pretty much the same? Because I understand where Cole's coming from, because it's going to throw a big wrench. And so I really think it should be specific for, and across the board for each school.
So that's exactly what the administration worked really hard this summer in putting a lot of time in, even with the junior high, with new administration, and with Black Butte, and then the high school really working through trying to get them still have their own handbook for some of the stuff that might fall individual to them. You know, like Black Butte is a school of choice and it's got a different enrollment process, those kind of things, but everything else really trying to align so that it is the exact same. And so that was the purpose of doing that, because I think we would all agree that they weren't necessarily the most consistent, but the administration did a great job at bringing them together. There were other parts that were very consistent. But if the credit recovery and recapture, more than happy to sit down with them and make sure that we have a very clear explanation of what each of them is, what the criteria is for them, and putting that, we can make an amendment to the handbook next month.
So are we saying you want to accept the current handbook or handbook changes proposed tonight and then do an amendment to fix it theoretically back to what it is now next time?
I don't know
I'm
that
just trying to
I don't know that it will be, I don't have the wording right in front of me, but I don't know that it will go right back to what Black Butte had. I have to sit with them on the practices of there was confusion in the previous handbook, and I don't know if Black Butte's, we overlooked that and it got missed when we updated or not. I have to look at that. So I can't say that it would go right back to what Black Butte has for their language. But I do think we need a consistent definition and make sure that we break that up.
And I could be misspeaking here too, as far as that goes, but my understanding is with the handbooks that we try to have those amended, updated before the school year starts, correct? Which would be the importance of voting on it today, where it was presented last time. We obviously had those questions and had to get clarification, but most of the time we are trying to get that out. My understanding of this summer was that everyone's trying to get more of that expectation that is universal throughout the schools, especially at the secondary level or the elementary level, where just because you go to one school, it's not going to be different from the other school type of thing. But I think that there's importance in approving the handbooks tonight, and then of course working with maybe administration or whoever it is that's going to look at maybe a different procedure for recapture and recovery altogether. I mean, I think that's your concern, right? It's just that part of it.
Can we approve and set that aside?
Well,
until next time or no?
Absolutely. What can happen is because the language in this last sentence is these processes may be modified based on the academic contract established by the administrator or extenuating circumstances as defined by an administrator. So that provides a lot of flexibility for those actual steps and procedures to be outlined and provided. So the handbook provides a guidance. They can provide a practice as to how this goes, and they can put bullet points that actually affect that sentence as to what it is going to be so that it is consistent across the board for those folks moving forward. So it's page 9, number 44.
Well, and if that whole part is making you guys uncomfortable, you could approve the handbook and just pull the
And
credit
omit it.
recovery, omit it altogether. I don't want to leave the old language in there. I don't think that that's wise, but you could omit it altogether, and then we could bring an addendum, basically, next board
Yeah, I
meeting to be
agree. I
approved and
think-
added in.
I think we need to hold the page 9 aspect and approve, and approve the handbook if you guys are,
So
I think
it's
that'd be the best.
Semantics, but if you'll make a motion to hold,
Okay, well, I got my mic on, then I am gonna make a motion to
line 44.
line 44 on page 9, or is it just line 44? Okay, line 44, page 9, we're going to hold that until the next board meeting and approve the rest of the book.
Thank you, and I'll second that. So there's been a motion and a second. So further discussion?
Yeah, so just to clarify, so Dr. Stitt, are you wanting to address leaving the credit recovery program, that it's too many kids are getting through it too easily, you want to make it a little more beefy? Is that your, or you have a conversation about what it looks like to recover credits? Because
I don't even know that it's what I'm pushing for is beefy, is that I want it to be standardized with some sort, because similar to what, so the one that is we're removing, it says students who end semester 1 with a 50% or greater and in good standing with attendance will be eligible for credit recovery in any class. And then it goes on to list some other things of how long that will go. The new one removes all of that language and really just kind of says this process may be modified based upon an academic contract established by the administrator. To me, that leaves this up to wild amounts of possible variance. And that's the opposite of what I think we should be doing in this. We should be stating these are the guidelines. Now, I believe that there should be some wiggle room in there because there are very circumstances of what happens, but we should be, as a board, we are trying to be the guardrails to where people can play in. And this one pretty much takes it all the way off. And I'm just not comfortable with it, honestly. That's my concern.
So my understanding is not that necessarily you want the old language, we want consistency. And we have spoken as a board about consistency between all of our schools. We know that we have a highly transient population, and we want them to be able to bounce from building to building and have the same set of rules and expectations.
Absolutely. And the consistency is what I'm looking for, but I just don't think the consistency we're trying to make is necessarily the consistency we should be making.
That makes sense. Is there further discussion? Okay,
Chair
so,
Wright,
oh,
Can I
yes,
have a request, though?
yes.
If there are concerns or allegations coming forward, I don't want to automatically assume truth before we've investigated it. So as we're going to define this and give some more specifics, if there are specific concerns or allegations, I'd appreciate if those come forward so we can look into them, because I don't want to assume that that's just accurate. All of us have different perspectives in the school of what we see, and there's a lot of assumptions that happen based off perspective, and I get that that's people's reality, but we should have the honor to be able to look into that and make sure that we're addressing those in this new definition. So if there are those, please let us know. I don't need names or anything, but if there's specific concerns or whatever, let us look into that so we can make sure that we clarify that and what you guys are expecting.
That makes sense. And we can take that offline and go from there. So there's been a motion and a second to approve the handbooks, except line 44 on page 9. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Next is policy IDA, temporary virtual days. I alluded to this in some of my previous comments, but this is did I skip one?
Number 7.
I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, approval of 2025-2026 director supervisor salary schedule. Is there a motion to approve the salary schedule as presented? Been a motion by Dr. Franks. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Schumacher. Any discussion? Okay. All in favor of approving the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. My apologies. So item 8 is that policy IDA. This is about giving parents choice in students taking home technology. There's just one simple red line from changing the word shall to the word may. So is there a motion to approve policy IDA as presented?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Schumacher. Is there a second? Second by Dr. Franks. Any discussion on this one?
Yeah, I'm going to vote yay on this because I think it's a move in the right direction, but I'm a firm proponent that we should eliminate this whole policy and just allow snow days. I think virtual days are a sham. And so I'm going to put that out there, but I think this is a better move. So I will vote yes, but I think we should consider eliminating virtual days and 100%. Just let the kids have a snow day.
Okay. Further discussion?
You know, listening to some of the public, that is one of the biggest concerns that they bring up to me, with these computers, because most of the time the kids are playing on them rather than anything else. So I'm going to have to kind of go along with Josh. I think this is in the right move, but I truly think that, we'd be better served just on the snow day areas as well. I really do.
Okay. Well, we can take that discussion offline and move it through policy committee accordingly. Is there further discussion before we go to a vote? Okay. Motion and a second. All those in favor of approving policy IDA, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion also passes. Item number 9 is the vacancy notice, which we've covered several times tonight. And item 9B is the Head Start board report. With that, is there a motion to suspend our regular board meeting and move into executive session? Been moved by Dr. Franks. Is there a second by Ms. Wood? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. With that in mind, I do expect some sort of action upon our return. Thank you. private reprimand as presented. Is there a motion? Been moved by Dr. Franks. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Schumacher. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. And with that, we will adjourn the meeting at 10:51 PM. Oh, yeah. Sorry, got excited. Dr. Franks, this is for you. Is there a motion to adjourn the meeting? Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. So with that, oh, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Sorry, it's like it's 11 o'clock or something. Okay, motion passed. With that, I'll close the meeting at 10:52 PM.